right, so let's see. I have mail call. I have. Wait, which bar is making noise? It looks like the everyone can hear me bar. All right. Hey, everybody. It is Sunday, March. Yeah, okay, March. Sunday, March 6th. This is Ration Museum Bulletin number 64. And It's good to be back in the archives for the first time in a couple months. So, hello everybody. Hope you've all been having a great last couple weeks since I saw you from my place. But this is going to be a little different. We're going to be doing some actual work cataloging, bringing the catalog online on this stream. There's going to be some more photography and cataloging stuff. It's going to be work. It's going to be a fun one. Hope I don't bore everybody too much when we get into the server side parts of this and just working with the database parts of this. But no, I'm renting Aletha. I rented one for this. I just had to be here. I rented a car for the whole weekend so that I could do a bunch of different things and try and just get out of the house. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. Hope you all can have fun with it. I'm gonna be setting up around you while this goes on too, because I, was not on time getting things set up here today. So let me get some hellos out of the way. We'll do some mail call, and then we'll start, building what's missing around me. Or maybe actually even do some of the building before mail call. I think that makes more sense. So let's see. Wow, everybody's talking already. We got Amelie, we got Fordman, we got JW Speaker, we got Jesse, we got Pete, Aletha, MFOS, or MFOs, or I'm not sure how to, shorten that, or just say every letter. That's all right. We got Kaylin. And let's see. Might be caught up. We got James. Good to have all you guys already. We have some advancements that have been going on. There's a whole new website that extends what we've already got online. So can't wait to show you guys that. Amelie and I have been working on that the last couple weeks. Thank you. So much good work's been getting done in the background. So that's going to be one of the last big pieces before trying to do all the actual pieces of doing a fundraiser, making videos to explain everything, writing up the goals, coming up with the budgets and all that kind of stuff, and then getting the fundraiser going. So it's going to be neat. Amelie says learning Swedish but don't know any Finnish. Jag talar inte svenska, I think is all I know. Yeah, I think I'm saying I don't know Swedish. But let's see. I'm well, Jesse. Thanks for asking. About to go start bag 11 of Lego Mos Eisley Cantina build. Oh wow, that's got to be a neat one. I like all the Star Wars stuff they've been making. Well, how's everybody been? Good to see y'all. And MFOS says English not too good. Rather just follow and read messages. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy. Just have fun here. You don't have to, constantly talk to be welcome here. But anything that pops to your mind that you want to throw out there, please by all means go for it. Fordman, I'm sorry to hear your bird passed. And Pete, I'm so sorry to hear your dog passed. That's such a shame for both of you guys. You're here with friends. And I'm sure all of our hearts go out to you. Let's see, I think I'm mostly caught up there. Yeah, all right. Yossi! Did I just see someone saying hi to you? Hey, Yossi! Oh, man, it's good to see you. Oh, that's great. All right, now the party can really start. We've got Yossi with us. So this is kind of like going to be an extra bit of fun because you get to see what usually goes on before the stream starts. Hopefully that's fun for you guys. I'm not sure. But normally I'm rushing around in here trying to set everything up and get the lights going and all that. If you notice, the lights keep coming in and out the more I lean towards things or lean away from things. Try and get it much more even with extra lights before things start usually, so that kind of stuff doesn't happen. But we've still got some photography to do for the collection. We've got over 1,000 things cataloged now, but still have probably another 100, 200, maybe 200 or less items to just get some rough pictures of. We're working on a site where every single thing will be online and people will be able to say, oh, that's the entire collection. We see Stanton's Shenanigans. Well, howdy. Welcome to the stream. And let's get it started. Let me carry this thing to a position where you guys can see a little more. This thing's just a little tablet, so it's not really ideal. I should have like a box or something to put all this on. Let's see. I can use this. So we'll put this whole box over here for now. You're gonna knock down all these chairs. Not quite. Then something to prop this up so it's not looking at a ceiling. There. Okay. So should get a slightly better idea of what's going on in the background before shows start. So I'm in this little conference room, and normally it's used for actual meetings with folks. So I got to move all the normal stuff out of the way so that there's some space to actually take some pictures and do some meal review or whatever it is that we're doing. And apologies, but I won't be able to necessarily keep up with chat while I'm setting all this up. So save any super questions. And Aletha says, train another Chihuahua to not eat my face. Well, last one was very, very peaceful. Didn't try to kill me at all, I promise. Hey, Mike, welcome. Good to have you. You guys are great. I disappeared for, in this last case, almost a month, and they're all still ready to go. I really appreciate that. It reminds me that it's not just one crazy person's passion, that there's more folks that care about military food history preservation. So we're getting that out of the way. I haven't been buying a ton of stuff this year, and I'm going to try and keep that going. So therethere's not a whole ton in terms of mail call in between last one and this one. There's a little bit that's under the laptop right now, and then there's a mystery box from JW Speaker, and there is a known item from Paul Ring that we will be taking a look at. So thank you for that, Paul, who I don't think is here just yet. Oh, we got Robert. Welcome. Good to have you in here with us. And let's keep getting this set up. So normally I have the big light box, but I don't think we have any small stuff that we're going to try and photograph today. We're going to try and do some larger items, cases of things. So I'm just going to use the extra light that I have for that, just to help even things out. That delicate balance of please don't fall down and break the bulb, and still useful in a current position. So just for some perspective, this has happened 60 times and change so far. Just running through all of this and getting everything laid out so that we have a nice clean spot to take pictures of things or walk through stuff together. Let's see. Not quite what I want that to be like. Let's see. you know, there will be some background around this stuff, but pretty much just going to try and take some pictures of some of the cases that may not already have pictures of, and some of them that we do, it's just they're not in the direct catalog yet. So let's see, got to run power so we can turn all these lights on. And then the other side of this is after the stream. Got to take all this stuff down, pack it all up, wrap it all up, get back into the museum, put it all into its little nooks and crannies, which are getting more and more full over time. And this is partially to illustrate the need for having a space where this kind of stuff can be set up permanently, or, you know, at least in a sense that it doesn't have to be redone week to week to week. The seat's going to be there. Living the dream. Oh, that's you out there in Wisconsin living the dream. You're saying this is the dream. Got a third of a military sleeping bag system. I have nothing modern. I have a World War II bag. I think in here actually. It's not the cleanest looking thing. It has a bunch of patchwork. It's had a handful of owners over the years. All right. So there's some light. Oh, so yeah, that's what we're looking at. That's mostly in frame. I think you guys can sort of see it. Gonna need this for a little while. And we're on the tablet because the laptop's still basically shot. Well, that's all right. It lasted a good long while. Ooh, this is gonna be a tricky one. The tablet needs to be plugged in, but I don't have the extension cord for it this time. I think I can figure it out. Just gonna need to remember to step over this. That to there. Oh, and there's another little piece of mail call. Civil defense item. That's set up. That should be broadcasting on the second channel now. Let's see. All right, now we have a second camera. We're just about to where we could do some mail call. Still gonna need to run in and out to grab stuff to put on the table, but I think we're in a good spot. So carry you guys around to where the lighting should be a lot more even, and we'll dive in. Okay. See, and if anybody knows that there's been a message that I really should read that went by, just tell me to scroll up. All right, there we go. Plugged in. We get the door in case we get anything too unexpected. This final box isn't necessarily all museum stuff, but it'll be fun anyway. Let me turn off my phone. All right, got that turned off. So, I think we did the how's everybody been part. Oh, look at that, we're already half an hour into the episode. Sorry about that. So let's see. Plug the tablet into a power bank. Yeah, you know, I could. I've tried a couple versions of hooking this thing up to portable power for a couple project reasons. It sort of works, it sort of doesn't. You know, it's a shame because it's 18 volts, so I should be able to get it to run on DC pretty directly, but it tends to always overheat or underpower or etc. So like the best way is to use an inverter and then to 110 and then back to its voltage, which is just a waste. So working on something. But for now, I mean, I'm in a building, I can plug it in. Don't need it for this. Okay, so, oh, hey, Rachel. Good to see you. We got Sunshine Side of Life with us. Let's see, anybody else I missed saying howdies to? Think I'm caught up. Nope, okay. So, nice and even. We got the, Oh, all right, there you go, wake up. We got a couple packages here. So we're going to start out with one small one. Get that out of the way there so you're not looking at anybody's private info. Let me swap views. All right, so this, it's funny. Someone just used like a box of Rotini and just slapped a label on it, and put some tape on it. Like, I didn't know that the the USPS would just go ahead and ship, anything basically, without even bothering to turn it inside out or put paper around it or whatever. But yeah, so this was just something that one of you guys had sent my way. I can't recall exactly which of you it was. I'm sorry. It might have been Joe. It might have been Amelie. It might have been probably one of you two. You guys are always sending me links. I don't see Joe Green in here, but always appreciative of everything you send my way. But this was just a really neat little civil defense med kit. It's empty, but it's it's not a sticker unlike the other one that I have. This is, oh, come on, don't be doing that to me. Everything's been great. I see the camera already stuttering and sticking, and I'm a little concerned about that. So hopefully it's not a problem. But so there's nothing in there. Just a really, really nice box in terms of the color scheme. That's going to bother me if this camera isn't going to be able to keep up. I'm sure you guys are seeing it where it just kind of sticks and leaves the image after I've moved. Okay, it'll be good. It'll be fine. So wireless is over there. There should be no reason that it's sticking. I hope I don't have to disconnect and reconnect at some point in this just to see if that works, but we'll see. So nothing too fancy there. I just didn't have anything in this style, and it just felt like a really nice little micro edition. It was only a couple bucks, so couldn't say no. Just move slow. Yeah, that's good advice. I'll try not to do too much jumping around with this. So that's going in. And next item, we've got is this tube that was from Paul. All right. Now he told me the contents of this. So you guys are going to get to... It's not broadcasting over there. Really going to need that to work for this to work. And I am at a bit of a loss as to what else I can do for the thing that's worked 50, 60 times so far. I mean, the position of this is the same it's always been. I mean, there might be more people on the network now. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. So we'll go slow. We'll hopefully not have this mess with it too much, but we'll see. If it keeps freezing, we may have to try and figure something else out. I don't know. Okay. My pocket is buzzing at me. Okay. So this was one that Paul found. I think he said he got 2 copies, and he sent one this way. All I know is he sent this our way, and it's fantastic. Can't wait to show you guys. This goes along with the like the Saturday evening post ads that we've got in the collection that cover all kinds of ration topics. I'm just gonna feel a little twinge every single time that I do something and this camera doesn't move, or doesn't catch up for like 3 or 4 seconds. And I remember that we were having some major problems the last time I was here, so just really hoping that we don't have a repeat of that. So this is going to need to be flattened back out for a little while, but let's see what she looks like once I take the protective paper away. Because the much thinner stuff tends not to hold the curl as much, but we'll see. All right, so the ad says at the bottom, now let's see if we anchor the top just a little bit under there. Yeah, there we go. All right, so it says, "Congratulations, Neil, Buzz, and Mike. We're just glad we could help." And that's from Del Monte. And at the top it says, "Would you say your flight to the moon was such a success because of the Del Monte dried fruits you ate on the way up, or the frozen meals from Del Monte Corporation you ate after you landed?" And the astronaut in question, which I'm guessing might be Collins, not sure, says, "Well, it's kind of hard to pin a success on a dried apricot, but and this is just a great one because it's specifically calling out the items coming from Del Monte that were included in the Apollo 11 mission and other Apollo missions, and goes to highlight all the commercial companies that were pulled into the whole space race, pulled into rations in general, not just during the war, but afterwards. So, hey, Smokey, welcome. Good to have you. So let's see. This one I'm really thankful for. I think when I first looked at it, the other side, for a second, I thought was the ad, and I was really happy with that too, because it's just a really nice picture of the landing module against the backdrop of the surface of the moon, when it's either getting closer to or leaving the command module that was up in space. So, just a really, really neat moment in that whole mission. So, I mean, really important part of human history right there. And, just illustrating the fact that, military food preservation technology played They played some small part in all that. Well, not really small, you know, when you consider. Certainly not like they could have just packed some sandwiches and gone up there. Though that was tried. That was tried along the way. And so a big thank you to Paul for sending that into the museum. Nice looking soundstage. Yeah, that whole backdrop there. They got Kubrick. He wanted it to be so real that he built the whole moon. You know, he built the whole moon in that soundstage. All right, so we're gonna take a dive in on this big old package from JW Speaker MRE. We're gonna cut out his address if we can. There we go. For privacy's sake, I don't ever care if the museum address is shown on here. We publish it. You're all welcome to know where it is. So I have no idea what's in this box. There was no specific heads up and no hint of what I could expect in here. So I'm super duper excited, and we're going to find out together. Oh, wow. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Oh, I can feel myself swelling looking. All right, so I'm going to need a huge space over here for this. So we've got canned goat milk. That's a first. Dr. Pepper flavored beans. Okay. Brownie mug treats. So you mix this up, put it in a mug, and fire it up. We got muffin cup, same thing. You know, you toss it in a microwave and you get yourself a baked good. So Sapporo Ichiban, I know they make, that's a flavor of beer over in Japan, or a brand of beer. And this is miso ramen made by Sanyo Foods Corp of America. I wonder if it's flavored like Sapporo. Wow, this is gonna be quite the adventure going down through this. Got Moose Munch premium popcorn. Harry and David. Ooh, fancy. We got banana chips, cranberries, almond, cashews, blueberries. Got them. I just ate, a couple hours ago. I'm already hungry again looking at all this. We got birthday cake. I'm worried about the camera kicking out, like when I move something and not getting a shot at it. So shout if something moves too quick. Birthday cake, white chocolate, candy bar. It says less sugar. That's good. It's still all sugar. No, it looks really, really good. We got dark chocolate, blueberry, passion fruit candy bar as well there. Oh, wow. It's going to be hard to talk through the desire for food. We got Bavarian meats, Landjäger. Hot and spicy. Does this say Best Buy 2051? Oh no, Best Buy. Oh, now. The 5th of March 2022. Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine for a long time. I might tuck into one of those soon. Oh, I know this brand. So we got Buffalo Bob's. See, the freezing's just gonna drive me nuts. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. Why is it freezing? Why on earth is it freezing? So we've got wild boar and we've got a mix of beef and buffalo. Those look good. Got a lemon zest and blueberry Luna bar. We got a dark chocolate coated coconut patty bar. These look very good. Gosh, this is a mountain. This is a food mountain. Oh, we got a fresh totem. Oh. I don't know that I'm going to be able to keep seeing it freeze like that and not go nuts. You're saying it's not freezing, but that doesn't make any sense to me. There's no drop frames, and it's not me. It's just this camera. It's like locking still, and I'm moving things, and I see them still on the screen, just hanging. You got peach spread. Oh, that just reminds me. I see this carefully packaged. You see it just jumping around. I'm sorry. I get so. I need the quality of this to be okay. I can't do a stuttering, freezing stream. It's gonna drive me insane. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to handle that. I'm just gonna keep talking about it. Sorry, guys. It's not working just fine. I appreciate it, but it's not. This camera's not working right. See, my hands are away from it. It's on the screen, and now it's gone in an instant. And that's, I don't know. I need an actual internet connection that's just for the museum. I'm sure somebody else fired up some more junk on this wireless that's eating it up. Now that there's more people in the building. So this peach spread looks fantastic. It's like those little wedges of cheese that you get, like that each peel open and you can spread. This looks like spreadable fruit product. Oh man, this looks real good. But the packaging around it, the extra safety, the bag around it, thank you very much, Tim. But that just reminded me, one of the space food items finally burst. The chocolate pudding that was on the Mir space station, that burst when I was just going through the collection a bit earlier. It was contained, and honestly, the can was mostly empty inside, so it was like, I guess air's been building up, and it didn't go anywhere. So, you know, that'll be something to clean up. It's a shame. Paul and I were just looking at pictures of a separate cleanup operation of that era rations, and one of those cans in particular that needed to be opened and cleaned before it burst. So unfortunately, the pull tab top popped completely. I think it'll clean up just fine. And when there's like a foam block in there and the tab top is down on top of it, it won't look like anything happened. So on Sunday of all days, yeah, it's just this building. I mean, Smokey, there's one wireless connection for like everybody in here, but people have been putting like more computers in here, probably leaving stuff running. I know more people have put their own security systems in here, so there's probably cameras broadcasting out that's taken up a good chunk of the bandwidth. I know our own business has, since I was in here, done all that, and you know, we're probably eating into a good deal of it, so I'm getting a little concerned for broadcasting. I'll have to figure it out. It's just this thing, maybe I try and reboot this, because that's wireless as well. So is this laptop, but I know it's trying to update itself. So my fear was rebooting it, it's going to go down for a couple minutes at least. The totem is from 2006. Wow, well, it's in perfect shape. Like, there's absolutely no sign of age on this package. So this one is penne with vegetable sauce, or vegetable sausage crumbles in spicy tomato sauce. That one looks really good. And it's got a side of, oh, not going to be able to tell from the outside. But the packaging's perfect. We got some cocoa. White chocolate cocoa. I don't know that I've had white chocolate cocoa before. Okay, what's this from? Army Chocolade. So one portion, one ration. Is this a commercial version of something military, or is this, the same that's going to show up in, a particular ration? I see the red with the white plus, so I would think Swiss, right? But is this actual Swiss military issue? That would be the first Swiss military item in here, and I certainly wouldn't be able to eat it. Oh, we got some Beeman's chewing gum. Two packs of that looks perfect. We were exposing a JW Speaker MRE 24-hour ration. It looks like it's the rest of the whole box. That's going to be another adventure in and of itself. Ooh. I know I love these. The French pork liver pate. Who doesn't remember these things? Candy buttons. You always get that little chunk of paper, but it's candy, so you deal. Spicy tuna rolls. Howdy, good to have you here. Happy Sunday. Welcome back to the museum. Oh, this stuff. The Bulletin rice candy. It's got like the paper wrapper that you could technically just eat. The rice paper wrapper. And it's really soft, really interesting. Enjoy that stuff. We got some Japanese watermelon candy. Yeah, it's just still on the screen. Now it's not. This one's made out of corn and potato and sweet potato. It's got a picture of a Japanese melon, but it's mostly potatoes. It has watermelon juice in it a little further down. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to try one of these. All right. First thing out of the box that I can't just pass. I could always just do that. I could take everything out. I could show it to this camera. Go a little less crazy about it. So I can smell watermelon very, very strong right now. So it has that like it's kind of got a flavor that's closer to the edge of the rind than to the center of the watermelon. There's only like 12 of these in here. I could just there. I'm assuming these go together. The mug treats and a package of topping. Let's see, chocolate ganache contains soy, squeezed before use. Nice. That looks good. That little candy cane. Did you send this around Christmas? Oh my God, I've been gone so long. Oh, we got cheese fondue. I'm going to keep showing it to the wrong camera now. So, fromage fondue. Yes, Chef is the brand, I guess. Or no, it's on the side. It says Oui Chef. So we got chicken spread. So is that liver or is that mechanically separated chicken, sunflower oil, water, sodium, caseinate, salt, cornstarch, onion powder, sugar, spices, monosodium glutamate. So it doesn't say liver specifically. This is just basically, emulsified chicken with a little oil and a little cornstarch and some spices to hold it together. That's going to be good. That's going to be nice with some crackers. Let's see. We got some hot and spicy peanuts. This is still just the one box. It's gonna be 4. It is almost 4 o'clock. I'm glad I did the gonna do the longer stream this week. So as with any of these longer streams, I hope nobody feels obligated to stay for the entire 4 hours. Come and go. You've all got lives going. It's quite all right. But I'm gonna be here for the next 3 hours. We're gonna try and get some catch-up work done and show you guys some of the background stuff. Hey, we got Dub C. Welcome. Yeah, you can tell right away we're looking at a box from JW because it's just, a smorgasbord. It's just a heaping mountain of amazing stuff. We got another package of Japanese gummy candies. These ones are peach. Oh, man. These look really good, too. I can't help it. I'm eating one of these, too, so we can compare. So the first were watermelon. Now we're gonna. So these have a smell that's similar to like muscat candy, which is like a type of grape, I think, like Moscato or muscat grapes are used for Moscato. I'm not sure, but it's peach. My brain's saying grape. But it's concentrated peach juice. Also corn, potato, and sweet potato syrup. These are really good too. Oh, well, we see this package opened up, so it just knows that I needed to try one of these coconut cookies next. So this is Latino flavor brand Coquitos. Distributed by Intelligent Mexican Marketing of Arlington, Texas. Product of Mexico. And they're coconut cookies, and they're very, very good. All right, so we have a, on its own, let's see, giveaway. Is that an instruction for me? We got a cheese fondue, blue cheese fondue. It says Al Blue, B-L-E-U, so blue cheese. A couple more things. Oh, and I showed it to the wrong camera. Yeah, this will have to work. We'll figure it out, just so I don't go crazy, and I'll probably reboot that, and we'll see if it gets any better. A lot of what we're going to look at this week is going to be on this laptop. So we'll figure out, one step at a time. No big deal. I'll try not to get too bent out of shape about, things that just outside my control today. So that's it, bar. I've had, one or two of these over the years, different flavors. I think my work ordered a box. There's generally like next to nothing in terms of ingredients in this. So, okay, case in point. Apples, cherries. That's it. That's the ingredients list. And that's, hey, that's the brand. That's it. So that one's going to be great. We have a giant looking bar. I appreciate all the extra effort to make sure that, anything, that a lot of these specific things weren't, in a position to necessarily melt into or pop onto, other things in the package. So thanks for all that extra care. Everything made it through in good shape. Nothing popped, melted, leaked, etc. So this is a gigantic gigantic dark chocolate bar with candied orange peel and cranberry flavored granulate. I mean, that's a big bar. One more thing outside of the main item in there. Let's see, we've got Thon. Tuna? I want to say French tuna fish. Yeah, I want to say this is tuna. So this is probably tuna pate. Well, it says onions, 37%. Tuna, if that's thon, 35%. Tomato concentrate. Vinegar. So this is like a tuna and onion puree. That looks really good. Everything looks really good. Oh, man. And we've got a JW Speaker MRE 24-hour ration. Freeze dried. Oh wow. I'm gonna have to open this up too. Just gonna have to see what's in here. Let's see if maybe the camera will hold for just a little bit. Oh, where did I put that blade? I have a large dome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a big one. Giant head. No, it's all right. I know you're kidding. Somebody had some Monterey Jack cheese that could be blue cheese. That doesn't sound right. That sounds like it got to be friends with the atmosphere for just a little too long. Oh wow, right from the get-go. We've got a whole brand of freeze-dried I've never tried. Peak Refuel. We've got butternut dal bot. So that's a Thai meal if I'm thinking of the right thing. We've got chicken Alfredo pasta. I'm gonna have to be careful to put all this back right. Oh, I love these things. These chips that are just made of, they're not chips, they're just cheese baked. So I'm gonna try and build this upside down right here so they can go back in the same way. Because I want to take this one on a trip. I want to go camping with this or something and really enjoy and review this one. Cinnamon Apple Crisp, Alpine Air. That's a brand I've had before, and I have a bunch of in my storage food that I bought like 10 years ago. It's probably all still good, but there was this deal one time where you could get like a 17-piece sampler or something like that for like $30, and it was just, no, how many will you ship me? Because I'm going to put boxes of it in my basement. There's a story of cheese and caves here in Southwest Missouri. Yeah, and honestly, up until a century ago, storing all sorts of food in naturally occurring caves and in man-made underground pantries, where we dig down and layer straw and ice and that sort of thing. That's just the way it happened. Because refrigeration is pretty darn new in the grand scheme of things. We got pumpkin seeds. We got pizza combos. Oh man, we got another chocolate bar. We got Blood Orange Sunset. This is just crazy. We got another chocolate bar. Guinness Truffle Chocolate. Oh man, that sounds very, very good. All right, so block that I will keep in that shape, and we'll start on the next block. For a second I thought this was like summer sausage. These are little pots of I think jam. Oh, big spread. I know the Dalmatia fig spread. I love that stuff. It's been years. And then we've got Bonnie. We got a strawberry spread. This is neat. I've never seen this. Jif to go. Regular and chocolate peanut butter. That looks pretty good. Oh, Yossi, am I missing a comment? Let me back up. What about the camera I sent you? Like I said, it's not going to work for streaming. I have it ready to go as another, as another security camera. But sorry, I thought I had brought that up a couple times. That's not going to work as a streaming camera. It's not built for it. And it's I tried once or twice, but it falls behind, and it doesn't. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. There's like a 5-second time delay, and then by the time I was done streaming, it was more like a 45-second time delay, and it just slows down the whole time. It's meant to be a security camera. It doesn't have the ability to transmit like this. I've got to wire it in and then connect to it through the local network. So thank you very much for sending it out, and we're gonna put it to use for the museum as a security camera that can track entrance to our next room whenever we have our next room. Or if you'd prefer, I could definitely ship it back. But we'll put it to use. It's just not going to be able to use as a streaming camera. Let's see, did I miss anything else anybody was trying to ask? Somebody was saying there might be military rations down in one of these caves. That'd be interesting. Pete's saying he's got to do a food truck crawl. I've been starting to see him back in the wild. And again, Yossi, I do really appreciate it. I wish it did work out. It's just, I couldn't make it work for the stream. See, we've got crackers, a pack of wheat, vegetable, and original flavor crackers. They look like much fancy Ritz crackers. We've got oatmeal raisin walnut bar. Let's see. Oh boy, 4 something already. We've got some Kleenex. I haven't had these in forever. The fruit and yogurt snacks. Blueberry acai. The acai berries, aren't they supposed to be good for like fat burning? For anybody who hasn't seen previous videos where I had Nick try these with me, I'm gonna have to save these and see if I can convince him to try again. Well, I don't have to save all of them. I am going to just for the shock factor, we're going to eat a few crickets here. Cotton candy crickets. How do you not? How do you not? Oh, stay. Just stay put. All right, so cotton candy flavor, roasted cricket snack. Let's try and see if, even if it skips around, I can hold still long enough. Basically, we got a handful of bugs. This chair is very squeaky, but I hope that's okay. If you gave these to a child and you told them it was cotton candy, that child would never trust you again. There is the slightest hint of cotton candy. I know, Yossi, you'll never eat any bugs of any kind, let alone a handful of actual bugs. For religious reasons, not even, sea bugs that we consider pretty normal. I'll say not really any of us would consider this too normal, but down the hatch. There's that hint of cotton candy at first, and then it's protein from that point. So we got some spoons. We got a drink package that looks like it's got some extra stuff, accessory kit. We've got everything from coffee, cocoa, tea. I mean, this would give the French a run for their money in terms of, variety here. In terms of the number of beverages you get across a day. But I mean, to be honest, this would be about my speed. Oh no, I need to see this. In terms of the number of caffeinated beverages, I'm a 8+ kind of guy. Is this a commercial release micro Tabasco bottle? So this is the green variety. But on the back, it's got Flavor Your World. Which I have never seen that on one of the military ones, ever. I mean, it's going to be made in the same place. Could just be the newer ones have it. There's, let's see, spaghetti and one other menu come with the green Tabasco historically, but I don't think, I think it's been a few years since there's been green. It was a joke item. Oh, the bugs? Of course I'm going to eat it. Of course I'm going to eat it. Wasn't supposed to eat it. You can't send me quote unquote joke food. Oh boy, alligator jerky. I love gator. Then we've got a can opener. We got a JW Speaker Corp can opener. We have a peach energy drink. We got hand sanitizers, a whole nice pack of those. Ooh, we got some Orfo spicy sauce. See, there we go. Much easier to see that without as many layers of plastic. $4 for 5 or 6 of the tiny bottles. James is saying in the 70s, he said we'd be walking around with little televisions. You're not wrong. You weren't wrong. I mean, there were like all the little Sony video Walkmans, different varieties. Sorry, of those. Some of them started out as actual, CRT tubes that would be flat with the tube part going, vertical, and then like a mirror so that you could look at it straight on and not quite tell that it's in there the other direction. And then LCD technology started getting okay in the 80s. And so the Sony Video Walkmans, like the GV series towards the end of the 80s and going into the 90s, were the portable television studio that everybody was thinking was coming. They are like the size of like a textbook. Like when you look at a picture of one, you can think it's something that you carry around and simple and portable. They were huge and they weighed like 6 pounds. That one Tabasco bottle from 88 or 89 that doesn't taper. Oh yeah. There was that one issue that was just a vertical bottle. I wonder how well they hold up compared to the others. Because honestly, when those things hold, they're incredibly tasty over 20 or 30 years of sitting. Tabasco is one thing that ages very well. All right, last thing in this mountain, in this food mountain, is Chipotle tortillas, which, if you guys haven't seen them, they're like neon orange. Like, pictures don't do it justice. They are very, very, very orange colored. All right, let's see how well I can rebuild. Because this whole thing is going to have to go on a camping trip and get a real proper review. And it's going to give me another good excuse to get out and go camping this year, because I really, really need to. I mean, I just did a camping trip down in Florida, but that was, they call it glamping. I call it glamping because it's glamorous camping. There was running water. There was an RV that I stayed in. It's not real camping, unless you're on the dirt. I mean, okay, I don't mean to make light of, it's camping. It's camping. My personal joy of camping comes from when it's a little more basic. Last year and year before, the only real camping trips in that sense that I've been getting have been stays up at my grandmother's place, just camping in the side yard. I would, be in the house throughout the day. We'd be hanging out, etc. And then it's like, all right, good night. I'm going to go out and sleep in the yard. And, my own requirement, not theirs. Fit that. Get these cotton candy crickets. Actually, I'm going to keep the crickets out. And we're going to freak out Nick. All right, let's see. Get these back in there. Combos. Yeah, doing good. I think I might actually repack this all the way. Strawberry granola. These wisps were tucked in there. Oh my gosh. Oh my golly. And we are fully repacked without it popping well beyond its boundaries. I mean, this is pretty nicely done overall. Do you make and sell these, JW? Because if so, throw your link. There we go. Throw your link in chat. If by any chance there's a way that folks could get their hands on something like that, because that thing's awesome. This is gonna be well enjoyed. I mean, so there was all that, and then there's still, come on, look up, catch up. Still Mount Foodmore over here of everything that was outside that in the box. That's snacks for a year. Thank you, man. It just made my return to the museum 10 times better. I appreciate it. Crickets taste musky compared to grasshoppers. Well, let me think. Let me try one more time. So we got another little handful of bugs. I don't taste any musk. It gets to it gets mealy a little bit. Like, and then it's got kind of its own, there's kind of a follow-up that's earthy. I don't know. Aletha's saying, I really need to get out of Philly. You have no idea. You have no idea. I'll be here for a little while at least. I'm pretty convinced the museum's not going to open in a walk-through sense in this city. One of the main things that had been a draw was all the super-duper heavy foot traffic that's just gone. In this neighborhood, more than 50% of the local businesses that were, come in, see what we've got, showroom kind of places are gone. And, most of them have been unoccupied the whole time since. We've got a bunch of new little restaurants trying their hand. Like the place that was passport photos at the end of the block for the last 20 years is now a little micro kitchen thing. It's interesting. Things have changed. But in general, personally, I'd like to get out of the city. And as far as the museum goes, I think the ability to stretch a budget a lot further would be another reason to go outside the city. Tim, I missed it if you had said, is this Swiss military? Or is it the same that's issued in with their rations? Hey, Gundog. Welcome to the show. We just finished going through a year's worth of stacks that JW Speaker MRE sent over for me to check out and enjoy over, a very, very long time. I think I still have a couple cans from one of your original mega packages in terms of like pate. I know I've been trying to chip away at those. And Yossi, there's probably still a few things, from the mountains of food that you've sent over that I haven't gotten a chance to eat yet. I'm gonna have to get back into the rhythm of being here much more often so that I can have a snack from this stuff every week or two. We got coconut cookies again. Welcome, Delicious. Good to have you. I've been trying to do more of this lately. Everybody that's got their own channel, please post your links. Post your links in chat. I just want to make sure everybody that's coming here is aware of everybody else in the space that's doing reviews, putting out videos, doing streams. If you've got anything coming up project-wise, tell us. There are no rules against that here. Share, share, share. I was kind of rushing to get ready today, so I didn't have a whole bunch of links prepared like I did before. But honestly, shouldn't take me too long to find a few and share them here. See, here we go. Yeah, right there is a link to Delicious's channel. Everybody go toss a subscribe. See, the museum hasn't subscribed yet, so we're solving that right now. Hey, I am signed in. What are you talking about? I guess I'm not. Signing in now. Am I subscribed already? You mean I'm trying to do it on all my different accounts? No, I am already. Okay. So let's see. Got Gundog in here. Let's toss a link up there. All right. And literally anybody that wants to share, just toss it up there, and everybody go subscribe, if you haven't already, because it's just there's so much fun going on in this community. Everybody has a blast with this stuff, and I just love to see word get around, that rations are good, that they're a bunch of fun. What was that? Hey, it's Linda. Where? Or am I missing a reference? Amelie's doing reviews. See if the museum's subscribed yet. Haven't, so solving that right now. There we go. Alrighty. Gundog's been posting a lot of real food. Mr. Fancy, cooking actual food that isn't 10 years old. Yeah, it looks really, really, really tasty. I keep missing. Let's see. Did he respond to say yes or no? Yes, Swiss military. Okay, sweet. This is going to stay separate from that box for now, at least. See, we've got all that there, and this chair is loud. All right. Put this back here for the moment. Get this out of the way. So the only other thing I snagged in between the fall and now were a handful of these. They're all the same menu, but I got half a dozen of these Go to War rations, aka Jimmy Dean's. They're basically thrown together with off-the-shelf components. Why does that have that showing there? Screwed something up. It's okay. Okay, so they're not meant to last years. In a lot of cases, they're going to have a great big can, a great big, like, same as like a Campbell's soup can kind of size can of, like sloppy Joe meat or something like that. They're not quite as shelf unstable as the ones that have like, a packaged sandwich in them or things like that. But this one's got, we'll take a look at one of these. Let's see about preserving the outer plastic a little bit. And it's pretty hard because it's, basically the cellophane style. But it'd be nice if, it could still cover. So, get that out of the way. Alright, so this got Juice Bowl Fruit Punch. Probably the point of failure in this is going to be, that eventually leaking. Got a trail mix bar. Got a package of sweet and salty mix from Cars. Just look at the red, white, and blue M&Ms in this thing. That's interesting. That's neat. I doubt it's special, special issue just for these. But got a big package of Juicy Burst, basically gushers. Simple utensil, paper towel, salt, and pepper. We've got a commercial package of the shelf-stable tortillas. This one's made by Sun Meadow. It's different. Let's see, Sun Meadow. James, just for everybody's awareness, after trying, just Bus Stop's the first and only person we've blocked from this channel. It's just. I'm sorry, but there's a certain type of energy that we just didn't need to keep perpetuating here. So this is made by GA Foods of St. Petersburg, Florida. And basically, I doubt it'll ever have to happen again. I don't know, but it was just too much. So we got beef and barbecue sauce. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff with fights being started and accusations and a bunch of negativity that just, this community is so positive and full of such great people. It just doesn't need to keep happening. It just doesn't need to be something that new people were about to be exposed to, trying to help what couldn't be helped. So, here we got 2 peel top cans of beef and barbecue sauce. So you'd make up your tortillas. You'd have your barbecue beef. You got your trail mix. You got your candy. You got your little granola bar. This thing looks like it'd be a lot of fun. So Rachel's asking, what year is this from? This was made. So this is really recent. This one was made on the 253rd day of 2021. So these would still technically be edible. So these, these were thrown. I mean, not just technically, these are fine. And I'm definitely going to eat one of these at some point. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is what we eat tonight, since this is pretty simple. So what do you guys feel about that? You want to see what a commercial go-to-war ration? These are actually, I think these were going to be issued to a prison. This particular package, there was a guy that was selling First Strike rations on Amazon, and then swapped them all out, just changed all the pictures to this stuff, but didn't update any of the descriptions, and really angered a bunch of folks that thought they were buying First Strike rations still, but they were buying cases of these. So I don't know how that all worked out, but he was also separately selling on eBay, and I bought these on eBay knowing what I was getting. So I think, yeah, let's do one of these a little later today. I'm not necessarily super hungry yet. We'll probably come back to this a little closer to the end of the show so that we can get into some of the nitty-gritty for today. So before we dive in on a lot of photo cataloging and everything, yeah, Smokey, I think I'm gonna eat this thing. Before we get into a lot of the cataloging, now the mouse doesn't work. Oh, it's always something. Come on, guy. Oh, you're there, but you're invisible? Is that what's going on? Maybe it's this tablet that's freezing up. Maybe it's not even the other thing. I don't know. I should have brought the mouse. I had the mouse sitting right on top of it. Hit it with the barbecue can, you know? If it just started working again, that'd be amazing. I'm going to tear the keyboard off. back. You know, I wish like anything else, I could just have a dedicated setup, you know, wired in, that doesn't have to be using wireless, that's just there, you know, and gonna still be in the same condition the next week and the week after and the week after. But with everything makeshift here, every now and then there's a little problem. Hey, and I got a mouse back. So just gonna turn off. No, that's not what I want. So I don't know if I have a browser set up on here. So we're gonna try and do that real quick. Percussive maintenance. Yeah, that's what we call it, Pete, when you gotta hit something to make it work. So let's see, do I have a browser source? Doesn't look like it, so we're gonna make one. Or maybe just a whole screen source. And then you guys can see a little bit of the behind the scenes of all this stuff. And the project that Amelie and I have been working on. Let's see, so first we want to put in a new source here. I'm just gonna go full screen window capture. Oh no, that's not gonna be it. Window capture is going to capture just one particular program. So let's try display capture. There we go. Yep. And then because I'm broadcasting in 720, but this screen is in 1080, just going to try crushing it a little bit. Okay, so this is what I see on my side here. We got all these little sources down in here. I can try and get stuff queued up in advance. The mouse can decide to go away or just stop working after everything works fine for a while. We've got just these layers to the stream that get combined so that, for instance, mix 1 and 2 are, you know, we've got chat, we've got titles, we've got the two cameras as separate things. The cameras themselves are, here's just one of them, here's the other one. There's another camera on the back of this that I never used that I probably could for this if it was positioned right. But the other thing I wanted to show you guys. So this is the museum's collection server. And we've got, let's see, do I have this set up to do our mate stuff? Oh, I should probably be careful because I have no idea what's gonna be showing in here when it comes up. Let me transition scenes just a second to this while I figure out. Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff open. Glad we did that. You guys don't need to see a whole bunch of code from a programming project I'm working on, or pre-stream notes from stuff, APIs for different systems. Okay, so what I want to try is show you guys what the site we're just about to launch does. Let me see. No, I don't have that connected right. So let's see if I can fix that. Henry Winkler gave us MacGyver. What? How? In what way? In what way? So we got the Fonz and MacGyver. How are those two connected? Sorry, and that, for anybody wondering, that's a response to Spicy Tuna Rolls said, Henry Winkler gave us MacGyver. All right, so let's see. We've got remote collection. Got to make a tunnel into this thing so that I can edit files locally. Right under one of the settings here is a menu for bugs and how to handle them. And in my head, I'm like, no, you just eat them. All right, tunnels. 52, 968. That doesn't seem right. We'll find out. Oh, no error. Hey, I think. Okay, didn't speak too soon. All right, going back to the view where everybody can see everything working here. Yossi, do you want to post links to those, or I can look them up? Let's see. Yossi in the jungle. Now, Yossi in the simple kitchen. We've got that one. Everybody go toss a subscribe over on Yossi's kitchen channel. And what's your gardening channel? Is that linked from your about section? I don't see it in there, so do you have a link for that one? All right. Oh, and you guys are seeing, digging through chat to try and catch up, jumping around, etc., etc. Actually, I'll keep one of these open so we can jump into YouTube if we have anything else to try and find. All right, and we'll come back to that in just a second. Okay, so, oh no, I haven't transitioned onto that. Was that going the whole time before? I don't know. Okay, so this is, the behind the scenes view of the show again, but this is the server we've got, and right now working off of test data. This is what it's looking like as we add items to the collection. website, the collection website, that's just names, some tagging, and pictures that we've been taking over the last couple months, turning into a website just from the data, so that now we don't have to necessarily go make a page for every single one by one, be able to just kind of build up from a spreadsheet of data, which name on this is a little silly, but that's all right. Hey, open up. Oh, and there it is. There's our inside joke on the screen, but that's all right. So Amelie's been taking a lot of time to get updates into here. Looks like there's a handful of additional ones that aren't on the site yet, so I'll show you guys what it's like to keep this thing up to date. So we'll do download and grab a CSV file, and then be able to do this poor thing's not running super great. So this new file has a few more rows than what's currently live on the site. So all I'm going to need to do an update is copy this one over that one and save. And then because this is accessed remotely, all I got to do is publish it to the site. And the site itself we can take a look at here. So this is the new collection site. This is collection.rationmuseum.com. And this is the institution site, the library sciences site that we're going to continue to expand on. We're going to put descriptions in there. We're going to put, links. We're going to put better photographs over time, into this. Let me actually jump back over here. I just realized I could probably stand to add a layer to this so that you guys can see me while this is going on. Let's do add scene. Put that on top, make it smaller. There, okay. So now, see, it's that easy. And now I'm in the corner whenever we're looking at this, and I can jump back into looking at another screen, and I'll stay, wait, there? I think there. I guess here, I guess that I'm not in the middle pointing up at a box, I'm in the box. So this site will allow folks to come in and quickly grab the data from the museum site. They'll be able to use it to make other applications, or to quickly reference what's in the collection, to grab links to the photos, whatever it happens to be. We're eventually going to get pins on the map for everything. Right now the map is empty because we're not prioritizing that, but once we start putting latitude and longitude for each of these items, there will be pins in the map here that we'll be able to get a feel for how far around the world the collection's already reaching. And in terms of within the US, we're going to put pins in where they were manufactured, so you get a better idea of where all these rations in the country are coming from in the country. The site will keep track of the locations of items, and it'll build a word cloud. So you can see right now we've only gotten through the first couple boxes, so we can see between these the most prevalent one so far is South Korea, and you can click through from that and see everything in the collection that's South Korean. This is going to chug for a second while it grabs the photos because they're not compressed, they're not on the server, they're none of that yet. It's just, we're working on it. And you can see everything that has that tag in it. And you can sort randomly, you can sort by title, you can sort by the dates involved, etc. So then you can click through on any of these. I wish these weren't all so shiny, but we got better at photos later on. And you can see some photos from the collection. You can expand and look through in a little closer detail. But there's a lot of work ahead, a ton of work ahead, not just getting everything in, but cleaning this up and making this a little better of a site to work with. But it's already doing a pretty neat job of generating things from the data. So like this word cloud, you can see the most common tag that's being used. Come on, mouse, don't do this. So you can see the most common tag that's being used already is ration. Unknown is pretty big there. But as this builds out, it's going to be huge. It's going to be this massive collection of all these little words with, the names of militaries, the types of rations, the countries, the contents, all kinds of things. So my mouse does not work now. All right, we've done this before. We've ended up in a position where the mouse doesn't work. That's what this super fancy electric pen is for. So we'll swap over to that. There we go. Oh, and just doing that kind of woke the mouse back up. That's neat. All right, that's good to know. We'll use that as a wake up once in a while. So we can click Japan, and there's 2 items in the collection right now that have been indexed. There's a 2013 Japanese JSDF ration, and there is a flameless ration heater. This JSDF ration, the package, I would need to translate again to know which one this is. But the idea here, and here's just current everything, is going to be able to have like just great big endlessly scrolling collection of all 1,000+ rations and ration items that are currently in the collection, with the ability to quickly filter through all of them. Right now you're seeing the pictures taking forever to load. They're loading from Google, and they're loading in little chunks, whereas when these are actual thumbnails and they're on the same server as this website, this whole thing is going to be super, super snappy. It's already pretty quick in terms of everything local, but any of these we can click through, and we can bring up and get better detail and go through what we've got. And I haven't looked at chat in a minute. I hope this is working. I hope you guys even see what I'm talking about. Yeah, definitely. So Gundog's asking, do we plan on offering links for ration reviews for search queries? Absolutely. So, on some of these examples, we're going to want the ability for folks to follow through to places where it's been reviewed already. And there was a version of the Ration Museum site in the past where I was doing some of that, but it was really hard to maintain on YouTube. So the nice thing about this is it's all driven by a spreadsheet, and we can just keep on going in and iterating on that spreadsheet without having to have anybody that wants to volunteer learn how to use WordPress, learn how to use WordPress and all the quirks about that, and constantly working on making little tweaks to the site and having things be wildly different item to item to item, whereas this it builds more of a data collection that can be shared, and this was originally made for like libraries, but I think it's going to work really well here. So let's see, so we were just looking at the actual file, and we're going to go ahead and save it. And now there's 26 things in here. So back over here, I've got it so that all I have to do is rake deploy. And the system will take that new spreadsheet, generate a new website from it, and publish it. And now when we go to that browse page, I'm going to use the pen. Now when we go to that browse page and refresh it, we've got 25 items. The first line was the headers. So yeah, there's 25 things in there. And we can sort by title. We've got a bunch of Chinese rations in there. This one up top, always going to have a near and dear place. This was one that was torn apart by customs, and they took the, I want to say, lo mein out of it, and then they put this crazy customs tape all over it. Oh, Kazakh, that wasn't in that last set. So now we've got this Kazakh ration in there. I think this Spanish emergency ration wasn't in that last push. I mean, wasn't in there until this last push, but it might have been in this Ukrainian. We've got 2 Ukrainian rations that made it in here. So that kind of segues into just a little aside. Let's see. There we go. Just a little aside between the last we all got together and now, a war has broken out. Russia's moved aggressively into the Ukraine and has put a lot of folks in danger and has been, just crossing lines left and right. I'm just going to go out and say I support the Ukraine in this endeavor. The Ration Museum, not necessarily as a unit, but I had the opportunity. Someone reached out on Sunday night, this past Sunday, a week ago today, saying he was going to try and put me in touch with a local Ukrainian guy who was going to be going back to the Ukraine on Monday to work with to work on a humanitarian mission personally. So Monday morning, he got in touch with me. He drove over to my place and we loaded up his Jeep with a whole ton of rations from my from my end of the world storage food pile in my house, and loaded up a bunch of medical supplies. And later that afternoon, he caught a transport, a flight out of New York, landed in Poland going into Tuesday morning. He went and he bought a Sprinter van within a couple hours of landing in Poland, and immediately started helping. So he's he's over there for humanitarian reasons. He's not joining the fighting. He's been taking people from the border deeper into Poland and to safe houses and to refugee facilities, and then taking supplies from Poland back to the Ukraine. And last I talked to him last I heard from him, one-sided since he's been there really, was 2 nights ago. He was working on getting a freedom of movement pass to move across the border into the Ukraine, to be going deeper in with the supplies that he's running and trying to find and bring people back out. And on Wednesday, he ferried in a group of volunteer soldiers that were crossing the border to join the fight, and they got the 100 and change rations that I sent over going with them. So there's a bunch of U.S. military rations on the ground in the Ukraine, that otherwise wouldn't have been there. So that was just, that was an opportunity I couldn't say no to. It was just something material and something, just crazy to think, just crazy to think that some of that stuff, I never thought I would see any connection to war ever again, let alone on another continent, in just such a short span of time. And that guy, Oleg, he's just absolute badass. I just gotta say. I'm gonna see if I can get his info on here. For anybody that could potentially help. I may not have it available on this machine. Let me try this. He's buying things commercially in Poland, going to stores with any donations and buying up, any medical supplies, any, food, formula, diapers, etc., to take in stuff that people need, and here we go. His Instagram is Oleg Dance Party, which, that's, he's just interesting guy all around, but, he got the call and, couldn't say no. He's in the sense that, or he felt the call, he felt the need to go. He's there's a very big Ukrainian neighborhood in Philadelphia. It's the second largest the second largest Ukrainian community in the United States, just behind New York City. So he's accepting PayPal, he's accepting Cash App. Those are the two best ways. Cash App, I think, being the one that gets to him more directly. Oh, come on. Sorry, computers sometimes, sometimes I'm great with them, sometimes I'm not. Just let me paste. It just keeps on. I'm just wrecking this thing. It's just dumping in "be right back" over and over and over and over again in a place where it shouldn't be. All right, come on. So paste works just fine, but copy does not. There's no reason you should dump in another "be right back" scene. That doesn't make any sense. I was able to copy and paste just minutes ago. Come on now. Let me turn off this screen capture channel. I do feel for a lot of the Russians involved in this. War is very rarely your own decision when you're in the military, but and especially in Russia, there's not a lot of choice sometimes. This is driving me insane. Come on, just stop breaking. I can't. I'm not able to copy and paste now. I'm gonna type it out one letter at a time. Can I not type? Can now I not type? I don't understand this. Turning the keyboard off again. Putting the keyboard back on. Okay, now I have a mouse again for just a moment. There we go. So we got Oleg Dance Party is his Instagram, and on there we've got this particular post with some info that I can just everything I do is breaking something. This is one where you can directly donate to this guy. And look, this is generally not something I do, but for this, I 100% guarantee this is Oleg. This is him. He's turning around. He's buying directly usable things. Like, he was on the ground for like 6 hours when he had gotten his hands on a Sprinter, and started driving. So this guy, is absolute unit. Just doing whatever he can to help. Grabbing first aid supplies, sharing what he can information wise. But just sometimes you wonder when you use one of these foundations or one of these trusts or one of these groups in between us and where the money's going, you wonder how much of it's going to get delayed, how long it's going to be before your donation actually does any good. Well, in this case, this guy's going to he's going to be doing something with it within hours. So and it's good to see he's got another post up within the last 24 hours. Every time he goes dark for his run, you just gotta worry. He went over there, a big part of it, he wanted to help get friends and family and whatnot out, but not all of them made it, which is just its own tragedy. And one of the evacs for some of his family got fired upon, and it's just it's a mess over there. Smokey's talking about gas. I was thinking that it wasn't going to catch up that quickly, but gas is already $4 and change here in Philly. It was $4.19 the last I saw it at the pump, so it's climbed up pretty quick. So we don't have to go too deep down this road, but do what you can. And the Russian people aren't the Russian government. The Russian government right now is just crossing some lines you just don't cross. I mean, firing on a nuclear plant. Look, they didn't break the containment around a reactor. They didn't fire at a reactor. They didn't they could fire tanks at the reactors of this style nuclear plant for days and days and not break through the shielding. But that doesn't really excuse it. That doesn't really change much here. They fired at a nuclear plant, like, just even if it was just a training building on the outskirts. There's some level of insanity going on in military decisions that include that. They took Chernobyl as a base, simply because they knew no one would shell it. No one in their right mind would shell it. And then within a week of that, they're shelling a different active nuclear plant. Yeah, right there. Amelie's saying Putin's just arrested one of his top military officials for attempting to stage a coup. I mean, you guys might have seen the pictures of Putin on one side of a 50-foot table and a 40-foot gap between him and the next group of people. It's just I don't know, man. It's crazy times. And then I don't want to go too far down the conspiracy side of things, but Russia's military is 1.9 million soldiers. What are the other 1.7 million soldiers doing? I don't know. $5.60 a gallon where you're at, spicy tuna rolls, that's insane. That's pricey. Fuel in Poland is up 50% compared to 2 weeks ago. I mean, thankfully we're moving out of winter in the Northern Hemisphere to some degree, but could you imagine, having to deal with the gas and the cutoffs and all that kind of stuff, in the middle of January, in the middle of, much colder part of winter. Not that it's over and not that it's warm just yet, but all right, we can sidestep to some ration collecting. Ration cataloging. So, what did you guys think of the collection website? What did you guys think of the start to collection.rationmuseum.com? Want to hear some opinions on that? I think you might have been talking while I was working on it, but Um, that's been something I've been trying to put together for a long time. And the tech side of it, it's either you spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars for these, services monthly, or you build it yourself. And, this one was a kind of a mix. I mean, well, not a mix. So it's running on hardware that I own currently, and it's running software that's free to use from the library of the University of Idaho, which it takes a lot of programming to make it do anything. I was kind of looking for something a little more just ready to go, but I think this was neat. I had to learn another language programming wise to make this one work, but it's going to make it so that, like you saw earlier, all we got to do is update this spreadsheet and then take it over, copy it, and run a function, and it's all live. So I'm going to try and automate that even more so that I can get more volunteers to help flesh out this spreadsheet. Our goal over the next month or two is just get all the names, some basic tags like what country they're made in and what type of ration they are, and then 3 or 4 photos each from the photos I've already shot, and get that up there so that you're looking at a website with 1,000 items in it. And then it's going to be one by one taking the time to write descriptions for them, to explain what's in the collection, where it might have come from, and either link to more information about them or include more information about them right on the page. And then further down the road, doing the geotagging, so it'll say where in the world they are, or where in the world they were manufactured, so we can flesh out that map, and to do references to examples of them being opened up and eaten, and that sort of thing. All right, so let's see. Oscar, hey, welcome. Good to have you. So, let's see, we've got thanks, Smokey. I appreciate that. It's just, you just give up all your free time. That's all. I'm joking. I still do plenty of stuff that's not work and not museum, but try and put in time here. Trying to think so we need to catalog a lot of crates and cases. I think I'm going to have to put up a be right back screen for a couple minutes and go pile some things around here. We've got crates, we've got cases, we've got full cases. I think maybe the full cases, they're heavy, but then we'll get them out of the way, and then I'll have a better idea of what we've got still boxed up that might be useful if we're trying to track something down. And then I've got all the empty cases, and then we're getting closer to the end of the cataloging. I know originally we were, I was hoping that I was going to get through all of it by the end of 2021. Every year just bleeds together now. But everything that went down at the end of the year kind of put a damper on that. Lost a couple weeks with getting COVID and not being able to get here and not getting things set up to run at home. And then, with my car getting totaled while I was asleep one day, that's a fun way, to find out your car's had a problem, is it hits the house you're in while you're asleep, sideways. But still dealing with that nonsense, got to find a car, etc. But anyway, rambling. Let me take a minute, go grab some crates of stuff. We'll get them set up on the table. We'll start doing some photos and jump back into cataloging and get some stuff figured out over the next, call it hour and change, and then I will try this this Jimmy Dean or Go to War or whatever this happens to be. I mean, it's basically, so it's Sun Meadow, an exclusive brand, GA Foods. So this one, like I said, I think it was listed as going, as made for prisons, but it's the same thing as the the ones that they'll scramble together at the last minute before, say, like putting boots on the ground in an unexpected conflict or something. Hey, Paul, welcome. If you go back to the very beginning at some point, about 5-10 minutes in, first item I opened today was that Del Monte ad that you sent. So thanks again. I really appreciate that. Everybody thought it looked great. I think it's a really, really interesting one and nice piece of Apollo history to add to the museum. So thank you again for that, Paul. Really appreciate that. All right, I'm going to put up the Be Right Back, and just going to take a minute here and grab a bunch of stuff so I can keep some photography going, and we'll go from there. Let's see. No, don't break that. All right, let's see. Close that, change that, transition. There we go. Sorry. Whew, I was saying these are all empties. Just grabbed a whole bunch of that stuff. You should hear me now. I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, just need to get pictures of everything in the collection, even the stuff that's just empty crates. So yeah, there's a tower going for sure, but every one of these is empty. This isn't all the empty boxes, but it's all the ones across 3 of the shelves of empty boxes. So gonna see if we can get through photographing all of these today. I'm looking to spend about an hour on this part of it, so we're gonna jump into that next. And just gonna be moving back and forth. So I'm gonna go off camera personally. I'm gonna try and get this glitchier one. We'll see. Seriously, yeah, it just drives me nuts. Maybe I'll just turn this over towards, that's the thing. So this is a tablet, you can only tilt it so far. And tilting it down at something isn't possible. So looking at the surface here isn't really going to be a good option. I just don't know why this thing is so far behind. So let me give it a second to try and reboot this. And see, mix. Yeah, so I'm gonna reboot this thing, and we'll see if it gets any better. I was about to try and use this on here. I know it's been freaking out about an update that it wants to do. There's also App Killer. I didn't think to try and run this. See what it has running. Nothing. Okay. So literally nothing that it's supposed to keep from running is running. Just going to try a reboot, and then we'll get the broadcast going on it again, and we'll see if it's still running like crud. Jealous of the box tower. I'm proud of the box tower. And then another thing I want to do, I'm going to have to run and grab one more thing. I have a box of bands for these things, and I'd like to reband as many as I can. Get the band back together, so to speak. But Spicy, what stored in sunlight loses its bite? Generally, don't consume things that are stored in sunlight for any length of time. All right, let's see. So, booted back up. Run this app killer, see if it finds anything to kill. Good. Nice. Disconnect the power because it doesn't need it all the time. All right, so let's see about bringing this thing back. All right, so far so good, but I won't get too upset if it breaks down once in a blue moon while we're trying to do this. All right, so then on this scene, I'm gonna take myself away. So I'm gonna be running back and forth, dropping boxes on here. I see we got some banding from the lights. Let's see what we can do to fix that a little. Not much. We'll try that. That's moderately good. All right, get this chair out of here. It's definitely an exercise in talking to yourself. Try and make sure I keep up with chat. All right, so let's see. And I'll also be able to take these lights and reposition them if I'm not worrying as much about the camera getting in the way. We want a nice, even lighting on these if I can get it. For these aren't like great pictures, certainly not. This is just here's everything that we have pictures, so that hopefully, it'll help highlight the need for help in preserving all this stuff, because it's too much for just me. I just gotta say, it's definitely a lot. Let's see, get this even, and I've been trying to do too many pieces of this kind of thing, just one by one on my own, and realistically it's getting to the point where it is gonna need to be a team effort. I really appreciate everybody's help in every aspect, even just coming to this stream and encouraging the project as a whole. You're all the absolute best. All kinds of junk hanging out in this shot. Let's see what we can do. All right, this will work. And I'm gonna need to, oh no, you're right, there is no box number, there is no case number. How do we do these? Oh no. So I guess we could say box NA? No, I don't know. Let's just put the word cases in the box field, and we'll make a folder for cases for these pictures, and we'll keep these on their own. But I was just going to ask, but yeah, it looks like you're already on top of it. I appreciate that. Let's see, master catalog. And Nick's good, Yossi. He's hopefully going to join again at some point, but life gets in the way. Yep, okay, perfect. I see down at line 928. Granted, one of these line items is 113 pamphlets, so you know we've well past 1,000 items. You know, why am I always like this? I hate the background on this now, just because it's just nothing. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? It's just a wall. The wall's not going to look anything but terrible. And a door and a whatever else. I guess I could go straight down on these things. Let's see. How does that look from above? That'll work. I just need the lights up higher. All right, that should work. And then bring this up higher. Hopefully get a better angle at what we're shooting. There we go. You guys okay with all that? Chat still connected? Hope so. All the lights are green. I'm assuming we're good. So this one is food packet in flight from 1976. Right. This next one, food packet in flight. We're looking at 1965. And I'm going to spread this out just a little bit more. Nice, that'll work. Right, I have not seen any new chat in a while, so somebody just throw a thumbs up if I haven't lost chat. And I'm just gonna keep shooting pictures. It's got some splashback smattering of I don't know what. reason I flip these all the way around is there's markings on most sides, or even just the lack of markings is interesting or potentially useful information. There's all kinds of different manufacturers for the boxes themselves, for the ration items themselves. Right now this is just collecting examples of, not examples, this is just collecting rough photos of what we have, and being able to say, if somebody wants to know, what company might have made one in a particular year that we cover, then we can see quickly from the photo collection and not have to necessarily go pull something out from the archive room. So this right here is that last one, never mind. Last one was food packet in flight, 1965. This one is a food packet long range patrol, 1998. So this thing is huge. This is one of the very big, very wide, much bigger than a standard flat MRE case from prior to say 1992 or 3 when they started going into the cube cases. So you can see here just a size comparison to the two, where there's just all this extra space around it. So these were quite a few more meals because they were freeze dried. They were crammed in there pretty tight. I want to say 16. There were 16 in these. There were 12 in a standard flat pack case. Almost felt like there was something in there, but nope. Top down is working out just fine, I think. This one's got the time and temperature indicator, the TTI. So if you guys are looking at this one, this is a good example of if you saw one of these at a, like a gun show or something, and someone was selling, and it's that dark in the center, and they're trying to sell it as edible or still within date, call them out. Do not buy it. But if you're looking for collecting, it might still be worth your time as a collecting kind of item, depending on what it is. But yeah, when the center is darker than the ring, it is no good for consumption. There will certainly be items in there that are edible. As we've covered, like if you're if you're in a situation where you need every calorie you can get, and you come across a case of MREs that's got the TTI showing expired. Oh, and thank you guys for saying stuff in chat. I see, I see things now, but you're probably pretty safe to assume that all kinds of things in there are still going to be good, like crackers or some of the bread products sometimes, or hard candies or things like that. But the thermostabilized meals you generally shouldn't eat once that TTI's gone off, and wet fruit or the creamer in the coffee, all kinds of things are going to be in danger zone. Not to mention not tasty. So this is a Ration Cold Weather 1993. We've got a Ration Combat Individual, 1955. It's a nice case. It's in pretty good shape for being nearly 70 years old. You know, this sucker is 67 years old. This was the predecessor to the MCI. This was a shoebox size meals that was one man, 24 hours. Came with canned mains. I'm gonna need to grab that lint roller soon. Came with canned mains, packs of cigarettes, canned bread, cakes, fruit juice in a lot of these. And because of the fruit juice, many of these are rotted out and in no way, made it to the present day. I know some folks have had some luck with these. I mean, you can tell this end is in bad shape, but it hasn't gotten any worse since it entered the collection. But I try not to touch it. It's very similar to the C ration end cap. Honestly, with nothing on the other side, I'm not going to flip it upside down and put it on that face. So this one, let's say it's 1958. Just double checking. Might not be able to tell. The date stamp on this side is not filled in. There is a date stamp on this side. This is June something, 19, and then it has a hard top line, so it doesn't look like 40, it looks like 50. I do believe it's an 8. Let's go ahead and say 58. And we can correct it later if we're wrong. So Ration Combat Individual, 1958. I think that first one was Booth Fruit Company, and this one is Southern Packaging Company. So good old Sopetco. The MCI swapped over to being 12 unique rations in a case. Not unique necessarily, but 12 individual meal rations in a case. Whereas this shoebox style, it came with everything you needed, your spoons, but your spoons, your canned items, your coffee, your sugar, your creamer. And whether it was less or more waste, not sure. These were 37 pounds, whereas a case of MCIs tended to be more in the 25-pound range. Let me grab that lint roller. I'll be back 2 seconds. Uh-oh. Might have lost it. Might have used it somewhere, and I might have used it in here and left it in the room afterwards. So no big deal. Most of these cases aren't going to be as crumbly, so try and smack some of this stuff out of there. All right, let's see. Speaking of, well, yeah, we can jump into. Well, these are going to be all over the place just based on how I stacked them. So that's all right. So we've got Meal Ready to Eat, 1982. So this one has the notice that basically says you can ignore the date on this. They tended to put those on closer to or just after their listed inspection dates, just so people wouldn't freak out as much getting issued something that they thought meant it expired or was no good. Because as you and I know, an MRE is generally not going to go bad on its best by date if it hasn't been exposed to extreme heat. Now, there were no temperature or time and temperature indicators in 1982. They came about, I want to say, in the 90s. But, you know, I'm sure there was somebody in every unit that could do your testing for you. Sort of a joke, but probably not. I'm sure there was that guy. Some of these things I'm shaking just because since I got the opportunity and have them down, I want to know if there's any lost items that are kind of hanging out in one of these. Honestly, I think everything's accounted for except a Saudi Arabian ration that one of these days I would love to find, but I think it's gone. I think I left it in Montana accidentally. So this is a case of MREs from 1987. This had the really wide bands. Love this set. Really clear really clear labeling on the front. Overall, this box is really nice one. So this was MREs packed by Right Away Foods Corp, aka RAFCO. And they definitely had some attention to detail over there. No. Definitely don't want fisheye lens on that. Don't want that. Can I get the bottom? Yeah. And we've got MCI's 1978. Yeah, 25 pounds. The MCIs were lighter than the RCIs. The RCIs would be technically more like the equivalent of 36 meals, because you had or actually no. Let's see, were there 6 boxes in a case of RCIs, or were there 8 boxes in a case of RCIs? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there were 6 in there. Or was it 8? No, 6. There were 6 boxes in a case of RCIs, and they were a full day each. So technically they're covering 3 meals worth of food. So it'd be more like 36, I mean not 36, 18 meals, not 36, sorry, versus 12 in an MCI. This has something in it, but actually, what are you? Oh, a random unrelated, probably accessory packet. I'll leave you with that. Don't know why that's there. Might not be unrelated, but it's 1978 if so, so it's nothing too crazy. So here's a weird one. Blank, 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 blank. So on this side we see type 2 shelf life, assembled 1971, expires 1974. And on this side we've got meal combat individual, 12 meals, This is put together by Lester D. Lawson and Company. So I've got one that's from Dry Tech, and then this is the only one I've ever seen from these guys. And they definitely had their own style to it. So this would be MCI 1971. Some yellow paint on the corner on this end from something. Somebody hand scrawled B or 13 on there. Not a lot of these cases in perfect condition, you know, in terms of no markings, no stains, no nothing like that. Everything's got a little patina. Like this one, someone cut the top off the boxes, but all those pieces of cardboard are in here. You know? So, interesting. All these. And they clipped the bands, but they kept the bands. So I mean, it could be made into a slightly better display with that stuff than without it. So I'm not tossing that part of it. So let's see. Last one was 1971. This one is 1979. Wait. It says packed 179, inspection 1079. That's a little, that's a little quick, don't you think? This is the Dry Mix Products one that I was mentioning. So I wonder why they would do that. So it says 79 on both, 179 and 1079. This one's flaking quite a bit from the torn bits. Let me check it. Check chat. Everything's empty. Every single one of these we're marking as empty. Man, my eyes don't want to focus right now. Interesting. It'll be fine. This one had the whole, don't worry about it, it's fine, it'll last longer than it says it's going to last. Actually printed on the box and then spray painted over it. And it's got it on this side too. This product has been held under controlled temperatures, etc., etc. Which, you know, when they slap the sticker on there, you know, I could see having some confidence level in that, coming up and saying, oh, there's a sticker that somebody put on probably after doing some inspection. But when it's printed on there, as part of the development of the box, just, you know, why even put the date on it? I mean, I guess they're still going to be inspected on that date and determine whether or not they're still good enough. Do another. Oh no! Hello, camera. Bye, camera. All right, so this one is an MCI. Totally blank. Date section. The box is labeled as having been made in 1976. Also a dry mix. So we're going to go ahead and call this one a 1977. Let me check the box on this other one. So the box on the 79 says 77. So this one was, the box was made in December 76. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a 1977 MCI. It doesn't want to stand on this side. There we go. Be quick. All right. Next MCI case, we got 1980. Anomaly. I'm trying to intentionally get the camera to have the bottom be the bottom, you know, instead of going sideways on it, or rotation, correct rotation, you know what I'm trying to say. Trying to make sure that it's not something we have to take the time to rotate back out later. I think a couple of the early case pictures are going to be incorrect orientation. This is neat. This one went through the commissary at Fort Drum in Watertown, New York. Defense Depot of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, went to Fort Drum and then on to the commissary within Fort Drum. Last MCI case, we've got absolute worst place for this tape, but I don't know that it said anything underneath. This is one of those ones that was taped up and mailed to me, unfortunately. I can see I've got the orientation shifted quite a bit. Let's see. Versus where the tape had been. There we go. So, yeah, everything lines up now. It'd be lovely to try and get some of this tape steamed off of here or something to that effect eventually. There had been a band around the whole thing that got ripped off, but all right. So I stick to landscape layout, even though it's a vertical case. So this one, see, what's crazy is this is such a interesting one since it's vertical, but what year? Could potentially be wartime. There was a lot of instances of them not getting dated, but you know, I think we'll just have to say unknown for the date on this one. Just blank on all sides. I mean, it almost looks like there's, no, there is a hint of a date in there for sure. It's just I can't say for sure. Might be 1975. Might be. But we'll say unknown. There's some remnant. No, that's a 79. That's a 79. Okay, so this is 1979. And that's on the pack line, so this, I don't know. Yeah, that's the bottom of a 7 and the bottom of a 9. All right, so that's the MCI cases. Now, I'm going to go grab the box of bands. I'm going to try and reband some of these. Just been saving a lot of these. So we got a totem. Let me check with chat because I haven't been looking. Well, happy tomorrow, Yossi. I see he said it's 1 a.m. over there. Everything is empty. Sorry, you had been asking. Every single thing is empty. All right, let's see. And hey, Ben, welcome to the stream. Yeah, normally, you know, I mean, I guess a lot of this could eventually be folded flat, but for now it's all just displayed, or not displayed, it's all stored up high and empty, since we can go pretty, you know, close to the ceiling with stuff that doesn't weigh anything and isn't really going to crush anything or present any danger of harming something if it were to fall. So I don't flatten them out. In a lot of cases, I haven't broken the glue seal on the bottoms, you know, but they've all got an open side somewhere. So this is a case of totems from 2014. Which honestly feels a little late. I don't recall getting totems in 15 or 16, but must have. Or 17. We got 14,234, inspection 16,053. They're stamped perishable, standard post, perishable, perishable. I'm assuming that was when it was mailed to me. You know, over the years I've tried very hard to communicate to folks that I'm buying stuff like this from that the box is what I'm very much interested in. Please do not just slap labels on the box. You know, and sometimes they paper wrap it, sometimes they put it in a different outer box, and sometimes, you know, they just send it as is. But, you know, they're not in the business of preserving these things, so I can't necessarily fault them for not wanting to take a ton of extra hours on that task, you know, across all their sales and that sort of stuff, just in case somebody wants the box. Alright, so let's try and reband this 8-pack, because they always look better when they're, you know, banded instead of like folded in on each other. So let's see what we got in terms of band sizes. This one's pretty tight. So this is another civilian case. This is a set of 8-packs from 2006. It's the commercial AmeriQual ration. 8-packs are not my favorite, just because they tend to not have too much variety. You'll get a case, and every single one in the case will have the same dessert, the same snack, the same peanut butter and jelly. So like if they come with an oatmeal cookie, you got 12 oatmeal cookies in there. There's only 6 meal varieties, 2 of each meal. But, they do the trick. Rather have that than nothing by any means. Okay, this one we've got, I don't think I've ever actually sat down and eaten one. These are just strategic training operational ration meals. Storms. These are Patco's version of the totem. I believe these are commercial. Yeah, these are commercial. I'm all but certain. Let's see what we got in terms of similar sized bands. This might be a little too tight on this one. The last one was a little too loose. Might be a good swap, but let's see. Try some of these darker ones. Similar. Just a little. Some of these I put the bands inside. Oh, I did. Put the bands inside for this one. And it is pretty tight, so all right. So these don't have, they don't have a DLA number. They don't have an NSN, national stock number. Otherwise, they are very similar. So they've got, so these were 2014, check in 2018, and there's a sticker that says go ahead and check in 2019. So for whatever reason, they decided 5-year shelf life on these as a default there. Now, I don't know how long they made these or if they still do. I only ever got one order of 2 cases of these, and I've never personally come across them again. All right. Next, we've got a case of MREs from 1997. Not in the best shape. Warnick Company A. things out of the way. This side of the box had some water damage, or now this all looks external, but ain't great shape for only being a 1997. All right. Oh, I didn't band that one. That's all right. Let's see about this one. So this, we've got a 2008 Case B. There's something in here. What? Oh, probably just the sleeve. Yep, just the sleeve. This one rebanded. Good enough. So yeah, 2008 Case B. It's funny, some of these, I was almost about to correct myself on that last box and say, oh, I called it a DLA notice before. This is DSCP notice. But yeah, it's both. The other one did say DSCP. This one does say DLA troop support. So 100%, we're not 100% sure why there, or what the difference in choice would be for labeling it one or the other. It's the same message either way and has been since the 60s. So, not sure. Ooh. We got ourselves a food packet modular operational ration enhancement box, aka the more. Just snacks. Your ration doesn't have enough calories, well, you need some more. So they made this. They made high altitude cold weather version, and they made high temperature sorry, a high temperature one. I forget what the other part of that. It's similar to high altitude cold weather. It's basically the jungle version of this. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Just trying to get it around the corner without tearing anything. Boy, oh boy, I do love these things. And you see here the TTIs are still fine years and years later. Which means since I got a hold of this case, it has never been exposed to real heat. So this is a 2013 case of Moore's high altitude cold weather. Checking chat. Take care of yourself, James. Re-injuring is unfortunately part of what happens when you've got some damage. Hey, Gunner. Welcome. Just seeing you in here. Good to see you. Oh, and Mark Swisher eats and stuff. Good to have you back. Let's see if I missed anybody else jumping back in. I think I said howdy to you, Ben. And we got Shuzuk. All right. Might be pronounced differently. Hope it's not a joke, but welcome. Heard your name belt out. Yeah. I'm just happy to see you in here. All right, we got, let's see, 2013 more. Yeah, this top down's working out pretty well. It's a nice even white background around everything. And certainly there's crumbled bits of cardboard, and this is not, like if I was trying to start up an e-commerce website, these would not be what you would call production level photos. This is, again, just a record of what's physically here in case, for everybody that we want to get on board with helping, in the next fundraiser, well, only fundraiser really, or if I get to the point where I can afford to try and insure the collection, we'll need to have a record of everything that's in it. And there's something in here beyond just the cardboard, it sounds like. Maybe it's just the cardboard? Yeah, it's just the cardboard. Okay. So next box. We've got a First Strike Ration 2010. No, 2011? Yeah, 2011. Screw it, the bands are going to be where the bands are going to be. It's got my old address on there. This was another one just shipped in the box. That's the FSRs. We got a case of HDRs. Feels like something in this one though. And there is. What do you got? Some hiding boxes that are gonna come out and find a new home later. So we're not shooting these. They're just hiding inside an empty HDR. These aren't any super fancy ones, right? Burn pit procedures. Oh, burn pits. Bad choices. Yeah, putting these to the side. Oh, we got a bot. Let's see, do I have the ability to stop that bot from here? Block user. Okay, blocked. No malice. Thanks, gotcha. Thanks for clarifying. I just read it for a second as you suck, you know. Like, oh, all right. But, you know, a name's a name in the internet era. I get you. All right, so this HDR, let's see. Do we want to go with try the black bands or clear band? Clear band would have been more likely on these. Let's see. No, this is way too loose. White bands for sure were common. Let's see. Nope, this is definitely too small. I don't have too many spare bands here, so let's try the black bands. Yeah, they're the right size. Nice and snug. There we go. All right, so this is a 2010 HDR case. Just always like that end of these boxes. Food gift from the people of the United States of America. See, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 down, and 10 to go. Oh, okay, so you know how I was saying hot weather or something else, we'll figure it out for the more? Well, I was wrong, just hot weather. So there's high altitude, cold climate, and then there's just hot weather. So anything in here? Nope, just the shell. Right. So, see if we can find a set of bands that fit this one and aren't ridiculously oversized. This is nice. This set looks good. All right, quick and easy. Although, I don't know, it is a little loose. No, it's a lot loose. Never mind. Let's see. How about this white set on this box? I don't know what this is gonna fit. This might have been from something else entirely, but definitely not gonna fit that. Yellow. Way too loose. All right, we'll stick to the clearish ones in this set. So the 2013 MORE hot weather? Yeah, hot weather. Center of this one's still lighter than the outer ring as well. I remember getting these in 2014, thinking how ridiculous it was that I was getting them within a year of manufacture, because it's Smokey and others can attest that just did not happen back in the day. Just did not get fresh rations, like fresh. Very regularly, they were at least 3 years old when you got your hands on them. Inner box, no hidden bands. Testing crazy small white bands. Nope, not a chance. Testing yellow bands. Yeah, maybe. No. This set could work. little too loose, but it will do. So this one is a 2012 food packet long range patrol. It's funny, this off-kilter bottom is still glued. So this was, the inner sleeve was over this little piece here. The glue is on there. This is all akimbo. Halal. $2014. Last one I'll try to band if we're lucky. This might be the size this was from. No. Again, I just don't know what this would fit. Maybe that Storm that seemed a little smaller earlier. Either way, not going to keep trying to fit these to everything. So from here on out, they'll just be open top. Got one more halal. So much more mangled copy of the same age. 2014. This one we've got MRE 2010. bottom's open, but that's just what it's doing. That all the way back there. These tags, these are military, they're RFID tags, so I bet they'd still ping with some neat info. They were making it much easier for inventorying large piles of things because you get back all their individual tag numbers and could just move on. Just by scanning, you know, even with the strong enough stuff, you could just scan a passing truck, you know. Yeah, that's potentially fix-upable. That sticker, I mean. Did I say what year this was? Yeah, 2010. And this is a case of 2000. Oh, okay, 2012. Inspection 2015. Got it. Just everything shifted a line. Case A. I probably should have checked what case that last one was. We can check the pictures and update it later. So, you know, this one has the DSCP owned stock going back on it after years without seeing that. It might just be down to, you know, which packing company puts that on there. This one is Warnick. Alright, this is a 1998 RCW. Screw that up. There we go. doing on time? God, my eyes do not want to focus right now. Yeah, everything text-wise on this screen is just like crazy. Maybe it's just staring into staring into this white space with all the lights bouncing back. Oh geez, it is 7 o'clock. 3 more cases, and then I think we'll call it. And maybe I can eat that Jimmy Dean another time. Not super duper hungry anyway, so no massive loss. Maybe I'll just go grab a snack from the pile that JW Speaker sent me. Unless enough people want to stick around 20 minutes for a quick go-to-war ration. So this one is let's see, 2005. Yep, 2005 meal cold weather. It's stuff like this where the date is fading over time. Another good reason to take these photos, even if they aren't the best, just to have a record of the stuff that's starting to fade before it's, any different. Because some of it's just the ink, it's not necessarily any exposure to anything new. It's just the ink itself is gonna fade over time. Like, these things sit entirely in the dark, so it has nothing to do with light exposure. And they sit in 60-degree temperatures, so it has nothing to do with heat. Though I can't say that's true about their entire life cycle. They weren't in my possession from start to finish. All right, 2 more boxes. See, here's a box that's got those giant bands. Let me go back a step and see if those giant bands will work on this MCW box. Because that's the same as this one, almost. It'd be nice if that's where they live. Plenty of dust today. Nope, they don't fit on that either. One last MCW box after this. Let's see. Nope. They just do not fit things. Alright, so this is another 05 MCW. Nope, just going to be the inner sleeve. Or not the sleeve, but you know what I mean, the reinforcing cardboard piece. Center is not lighter. This one's definitely darker. Right, one more box. This last one is Another MCW. This is a 2014. It's popped on both sides. Let's see if this yellow one can go around, because even just anything, you know, this is a rickety box. Nope. Did I already do this? I'm sure I did. All right. Yep, doesn't fit, doesn't fit. It's all right. So 2014 MCW. How many sides did I get of this thing already? Okay. Still gotta get the end caps. And that's just the UPS label. I mean, I guess it just shows that one side isn't clear for now. Certainly not going to put that up on the collection site, but you know, still. All right. So move this out of the way. So let's see. We got all of these here ration boxes photographed and stuck into the, oh, sorry, swap this around in a second. Photographed and stuck into the what? I don't know. Sorry, brain's starting to get a little loopy. Whew. All right, so I think that's going to be it for now. Don't forget, Kaylin's doing a stream in about an hour. I want to say she's going to be going on at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So jump over to her channel. Let me throw you guys a link for that. See if she has it scheduled. No, not scheduled yet, but we'll do, here we go. So if you've got hankering for more rations tonight, just this thing just doesn't want to play ball sometimes. It's doing that same thing where for whatever reason, it wants to paste something that hasn't been on the clipboard in hours. Just don't understand it. Don't understand it. So let's see, that is going to be YouTube. All right, ripping the keyboard off, putting the keyboard on. How about now? Nope. Nope. Works there. Doesn't want to work. Kaylin, if you can drop a link to your own channel right now, that'd be great. You can send some folks over, but I just can't paste it in. I'm sorry. I'm having a ton of problems tonight with all this stuff. It's just not quite playing ball. But hey, I want to say I really appreciate everybody for coming out tonight, and I know it's been a while since I streamed, so it's great to see that everybody just jumped right back in. I really appreciate you guys. You're a huge part of why I'm still doing all this. The other part is that we're getting close to that finish line where this will kind of stand on its own, and folks can say, hey, there is really a collection of Army food over there. Maybe it is worth keeping this thing going. So again, really love all you guys, and I'll be back next weekend. I'm not sure what we'll do food-wise, but there's plenty of options. There's certainly plenty of things. I think JW probably wanted us to eat that, or wanted me to eat that totem. So that's on the list. We'll see. And otherwise, in addition, there's all the still full cases of rations to go through. Probably almost as many as all these. Only difference is they weigh 30 pounds a piece on average. So they're going to be fun to haul back and forth and get up on the table and flip around and flip around and flip around. So I'll be getting a bit of a workout on those. Still a couple boxes of small stuff, sundries and such, that we could probably spread out as one big pile and potentially number and label later. But hope to get a lot more progress on the collection site between now and next week, and be able to just kind of keep you guys in the loop as how that's going, and show it every week with that collection expanding and expanding, and hopefully with the site getting faster and faster. So really excited, for 2022. We have a lot ahead of us. I'll probably just go ahead and take an Uber in or something next week, just so I'm here again. It's not permanent. I'll get through this phase. I'll find a car that doesn't, cost $1 billion, and we'll get back on track normally. But, I felt great being in here doing a nice long stream. So it's, I think it's worth it, whatever it takes to get that to happen again. So I will stay in touch with all you guys. Reach out if you have anything, you want to go over, let me know about, or, just to say howdy. And we'll be back again soon. And until then, everybody. Well, wait. Let's see. Just breaking everything. Oh, I don't have a stream ending. I was gonna switch over to that, but I guess I'll just end it after this. So until then, everybody, stay rational.